But even I don't take them that seriously.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Can we play banker next time?
Exactly. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think.
Rebooting.
Exactly. There'll be an extra fee for that.
So. Da wären wir mal. Meine lieben Freunde, wieder zurück zu Genshin Impact.
I'll think about it.
Aktuell haben wir hier ein paar kleine Internetanbrüche. Ich hoffe, dass wir es gleich nicht haben. Also könnte kurz dauern, bis wir wieder mit der Story weitermachen. Mit dem Tag des Urteils. Ach nee. Aber die Übertragung läuft. Das ist schon mal gut zu wissen. Ja. Wie schon gesagt, also. So viel habe ich dieses Mal nicht auf Cam wieder erledigt. Höchstens ein bisschen wieder Chlorin weiter ein bisschen hochgezogen. So wie sehen. Ach nee. Ja, da habe ich gerade mit meinem Rechner ein paar Probleme. Und dann lieben Wi-Fi und lieben WLAN. Falls ihr auch fragt, heute ist nicht überladen drin, deswegen aktuell ein paar kleine Probleme. Das Problem werde ich aber die nächste Zeit ein bisschen beheben, indem ich mein Extender mich drum kümmere. So. Ach Mann, ey. Wen gucke ich nebenbei ein bisschen mal auf den Bildschirm. Weil ich auch gleich den Chat auch ein bisschen besser verfolgen kann. Und so weiter. Was habe ich ja gerade nur diese Woche gehabt? Ziemlich stark. So. Wir werden erstmal kurz das Übliche wieder legen. Ah, das Internet scheint wieder da zu sein. So. Dann probieren wir nochmal. Öffnen wir mal das. Öffnen wir alles und hoffen, dass es jetzt nicht wieder zum Einbruch kommt. Oh Mann. Ihr wisst nicht, wie sehr ich aktuell das hier gerade zum Kotzen ist. Ich bin froh, wenn ich das denn alles über LAN wieder laufen lasse. Deswegen also ja. Oh. So. Holen wir uns noch Weizen, die kahlen Bohnen. Ich weiß echt nicht, was aktuell mit den WLAN los ist.
Being
skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
Ich schau kurz überhaupt nach, ob wir überhaupt live sind. Hier gerade schalten. Das ist gerade für mich die wichtigere Frage, ob wir überhaupt... Ja, wir sind gerade live. Das ist schon mal gut. Ja, wichtigere Frage, ob wir... Ja. Machen wir es ganz einfach. Werde ich das über Handy eben erstmal verteilen. Erstmal löschen. So. Moon, nein. Ja, wir haben hier gerade ein paar technische Probleme leider. Es ist hier gerade alles nicht so einfach. Schön, ich will eigentlich nur mal kurz... Eigentlich das Video hier gerade mal kurz bearbeiten. Also aktuell in den Stream, aber ja. Das heißt, wir haben aktuell kein Thumbnail und so weiter. Ist das so Kotzen hier gerade. Ich weiß aktuell nicht, was mit meinem Internet los ist. Oh Mann.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Also sie sollen jetzt aktuell connected sein, also hoffen wir mal das Beste drauf. Soll nicht nochmal einen Einbruch haben. Ja. Ganz klasse, Alter.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Sei erstmal ruhig, Paiman.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina?
Who's that? Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchal Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
So. Und teilen wir das mal kurz hier. So, tu dir keinen Zwang an, Florina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Ja.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Alles klar. Auf jeden Fall, das habt ihr jetzt sehr gut.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Okay. Dieser Ort ist nicht das, was ich schall isoliert nennen würde.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Ich gehe davon aus, dass gerade eine weitere Katastrophe eingetreten ist.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Warte mal kurz.
It can't be.
Ja.
It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Hat Farina ehrlich ihre Grenze erreicht? Jetzt, da sie über ihre Wagengefühle spricht, sieht sie nicht mehr so steif aus. Ihr fangt an, euch zu unterhalten.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Du hast immer noch nicht aufgegeben, oder?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Aber es würde ebenso bedeuten, dass jegliche Hoffnung verschwinden würde.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Uns läuft die Zeit davon. Wenn das so weitergeht, werden wir wieder bei Null anfangen müssen. Ich muss mehr Informationen aus ihr herausbekommen. Du musst diese Last nicht alleine tragen. Ich bin mir sicher, dass dein Volk mehr als bereit ist, deine Last zu teilen.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Selbst wenn deine Last nicht geteilt werden muss. Kannst du sie jemand anders anvertrauen? Erzähl es einfach mir. Lass sozusagen deine Zeugin sein.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Die Zeit wird knapp. Schnell, Furina, spuck es einfach aus.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Ich bin es.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Wir waren so nah dran, sie dazu bringen, uns die Wahrheit zu sagen. Und trotzdem ist es am Ende so ausgegangen. Aber es ist in Ordnung. Solange wir Farina vor Gericht schlagen können, haben wir immer noch eine Chance, die Wahrheit ans Licht zu bringen.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Wir haben dich damals getäuscht.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Du liegst falsch. Meine Aufgabe war, wir hatten gehofft, dass du dein Geheimnis mit uns teilen würdest.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Ja, jetzt bleibt uns nichts anderes übrig, als über den Hydroarchen zu urteilen. Doch ärgert ich mich über das Gespräch von vorhin. Was wollte mir Farina sagen, kurz bevor wir auf der Bühne angekommen sind?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Ein äußerst nützliches Geschenk.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a pressure, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Arch. I didn't think.
Warte mal.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Oh Mann. Lanies Repräsentantin. Während Lani und Leninette Erstaufführung im Operhaus arrangierte sich ein Mordfall, obwohl sie schließlich von jeglichen Anschuldigungen freigesprochen wurde ihre wahre Identität als Agenten des Hauses des Kamins aufgedeckt.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Wie sich herausstellen kann, das Wasser des Urmeeres die Menschenfontänen auflösen. Im Laufe der Jahre hat Vasily eine Vielzahl an jungen Mädchen für seine Experimente entführt und aufgelöst, um seine aufgelöste Frau zurückzuholen. Ja, das war das ganze Prozedere mit Vasily.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratries. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Tartaglias Verurteilung, obwohl Nervillette den Grafen für unschuldig befand, besprach der Oratries ihre schlussendliche Schuldig. Selbst Verena konnte sich nicht dieses erklären.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
So, das Treffen mit Alicino. Bei dem diplomatischen Treffen mit den Bediensteten offenbart sie, dass sie Verena bereits auf eigene Faust untersucht hat und es für möglich hält, dass Verena keinenfalls der Arken ist, sondern dass sie mit einer Art Fluch behaftet ist.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness.
Oh.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Okay. Der Zugang zum Urmeer ist in der verbotenen Zone in Fort Miltryce Pride versiegelt. Vor kurzem wäre beinahe dieses Wasser ausgebrochen, doch mit Hilfe von Neuvillettes Kraft konnte das Urmeer vorübergehend zurückgedrängt werden.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
So, hier haben wir jetzt noch das vorletzte, der Wal im Traum. Du hast Tartaglia in deinen Träumen im Meer treiben sehen, sowie einen unfassbar großen Wal, der vor ihm schwamm.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
So, Navia stürzt im Meer, das ist erst im letzten Stream ja noch passiert, das meiste davon. So, bei der Erkundung der Ruine in der Nähe von Poisson stürzte eine Brücke ein und Navia fiel fast ins Meer, das mit Urmeer vermischt war. Dank des Schutzes der bereits verstorbenen Mitglieder der Spina di Rosula wurde sie nicht aufgelöst.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
So, Teezeit mit Hexe N. Hexe N nutzte ihre Bewusstsein, um mit mir Kontakt aufzunehmen. Sie glaubt, dass sich die Prophezeiung bewahrheiten wird, doch es seien noch nicht Hopfen und Malz verloren. Ja, kurze Randinfo, Hexe N gehört zu den Hexenzirkel, wo auch Clees Mutter, so wie sie doch dazu gehört. Also, sie ist noch sehr interessant, finde ich, und wird wahrscheinlich einer unserer Charakter sein, die noch als spielbare Figuren kommen werden. Auf jeden Fall freue ich mich schon drauf, falls sie kommen wird. Mysteriös wie sie immer und je. Also ja. So.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true.
But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Auf jeden Fall erstmal guten Tag. Wir klagen gerade Farina an, Sie sehen. Ja. Die Menschen glauben nur deshalb, dass du ihr Göttin bist.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ich muss mir genau überlegen, was genau das Besondere an Farina ist. So.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Okay, das ist dann raus. Alicinos.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Zum Beispiel durch einen Flug.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Entscheidend ist der Wahrheitsgehalt der Behauptung.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Könntest du anstatt eines Archons auch nur ein verfluchter Mensch sein?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and...
Warum muss das auf einmal heute ruckeln, so dermaßen?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
Ey, was ist denn heute jetzt hier los? Ich möchte nur ganz entspannt Genshin streamen. Und auf einmal kackt die ganze Zeit hier, spinnt gerade bei uns das Internet rum im Viertel. Das ist doch heute Betrug. Bevor jetzt jemand fragt, was hier Phase ist. Oh,
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Oh Mann. Tut mir wirklich leid, dass es heute gerade so ruckelt. Moment, dieser ein Fall hat das genaue Gegenteil bewiesen. Farina hat tatsächlich überhaupt keine Kontrolle über den Oratrice. Ja. Und zwar der Fall von Child.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Könntest du, Fräulein Farina, uns deine göttliche Macht als Archon demonstrieren?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Ein Archon kann doch sicher tun, was ein Mensch mit göttlichem Auge tun kann, oder?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Moin. Wenn wir nicht beweisen können, dass sie kein Archon ist, können wir versuchen zu beweisen, dass sie nur ein Mensch ist. Und wenn Furina nur ein Mensch ist...
From the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
Sie hat wirklich Sie hat wirklich...
I'm believe me now. I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
What's up?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Wait a second. We are playing actually Genshin. I don't know German. Okay. Ja. Wait a moment. A little bit second. How are you? I'm red.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your
Thank you very
problems,
much.
we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Oh. Das unterscheidet sich zu sehr von ihr übrigen Verhalten. Es sei denn, ihr ist es tatsächlich wichtig, die Farce aufrechtzuerhalten, dass ihr eigenes Leben zu retten. Aber hat sie nicht schon vor langer Zeit alles aufgegeben?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Wer mein Lieblingscharakter ist, das wäre einerseits Eula, aber auch so gesehen der Wanderer. So gesehen, das sind aktuell meine Lieblingscharakters aktuell, finde ich. Bei den meisten anderen will ich bin gerade so gesehen im letzten Akt von so gesehen Fontaine und mir gefällt es aktuell schon. Also ich habe mich bis jetzt noch nicht weiter spoilern lassen, also Lainey und die meisten Fontaine-Charakter finde ich auch ziemlich gut.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Hallo. Hallo Ellen, Evan.
Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway me. She's too stacked against her now.
Bye.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Okay.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Dass die Oratrice Farina für unschuldig erklärt hat.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Was noch merkwürdiger ist, der Oratrice hat nicht über Farina geurteilt, sondern über den Hydro-Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Keine Sorge, das Geheimnis wurde noch nicht gelüftet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Also was siehst du? Was ist es? Es scheint, dass der ehemalige Hydroarchon seine göttliche Kraft freisetzt, um Okamide in Menschen zu verwandeln.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydroarchon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro-Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro-Archon. So when you say Hydro-Archon, do you mean the real Hydro-Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Die Zusammenhänge zwischen den Inhalten der Steinplatte und den Ereignissen im wahren Leben.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Überprüfe die Beschreibungen auf den Steinplatten, um ihre wichtigen Informationen zu entnehmen. Du kannst Szenarien, die sich auf die Inhalte der Steinplatten beziehen, im Interviewhandbuch aufgezeichnet Vorfällen finden. Damit kannst du diese Inhalte nachprüfen. Während der Vorprüfung Fortsetzung wird, steigt der Wasserstand des Brunnens im Menü. Wenn alle Steinplatten überprüft hat, wird sich die Wahrheit hinter der Prophezeiung offenbaren.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro-Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro-Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Okay.
This must be the point when the Hydro-Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro-Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro-Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro-Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. Prüfen wir mal die erste. So. Also die erste hat wahrscheinlich was.
That doesn't sound.
Nee. Okay.
That doesn't.
Nee. Das.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro-Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay. Dann haben wir schon mal das erste gelöst. Denn... Warte. Dann wird das letzte auf jeden Fall was mit Furina... Nein? Nein? Nur will jetzt
The
Kraft.
prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Auf jeden Fall wollte ich nochmal kurz sagen, danke für euren ganzen Support, ihr alle. Hello, first time watching your stream. Thank you very much. I'm streaming Genshin Impact, the story from Fontaine, the final act. I hope it's been for you good. So. Yeah.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Wait a second. Are you new to the game? I play Genshin 4 years, 3-4 years. So. So, gucken wir mal kurz. Nein. Nein. Okay, dann wird's Navia sein.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
You're new to Fontaine. Yes. I have streamed 2 hour streams to this actually. Yeah. My English is not so good. Wait a second. Yeah. I mean. Actually, so the Fontaine story, at least this so later, and I think Netland, he's coming. It must be the story from Fontaine before make it, and then I stream it.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court,
Yes.
shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Yes. The story from Fontaine, he's been so very good. I like it. I know with what's true or not true. That's good.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Ich hoffe, dass das...
The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Ich hoffe, mein Internet kommt jetzt mal ein bisschen aus dem Potte. Dann gehen wir mal gleich in den Grund. Ja. Okay. Okay. Let's go. So.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations!
Let's hear them.
Die Menschen von Fontaine sind keine echten Menschen.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Die Sünde des Hydro-Archons besteht darin, dass er die Menschen von Fontaine erschaffen hat.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Okay. Celestia. Oh Gott. Das ist so...
That could also
Oh,
explain
God.
why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Was die dritte Steintafel betrifft...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Zeigt die Erfüllung der Prophezeiung, wie sie bereits alle bekannt ist.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Okay. Wendy and Zombie are the only original Archons. Most of the other guys were crashed youngster. Yes, wait, Raiden. You remember Makoto and Raiden? Also A? This one, most older ones. And we have Murata. And Saritsa. Renji and Zhongli. Zhongli the oldest. Yes. Renji, yes. Yeah. Barbados. The older ones. With the...
Well, get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Makoto is original, A and Raiden were success. Yes.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Makoto, he's the sister from Raiden, the twin sisters, Baal and Beelzebub. And Raiden, the puppet from A. This is what I mean. Yes, Makoto, he's been the original, the official. I see, yeah. Yeah, you read when what I mean. Makoto, he's been the official, and A, the shadow one from the Archons. What I mean, Makoto, he's been the light, and A, the shadow one.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanic
Ja,
familiars for life on land.
Ich glaube, ihr weißt, was ich meine. Ja.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Hi, Lucas.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Nochmal hi, Lucas.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Oh, shut up. Okay.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Was soll denn die dritte Steinplatte darstellen?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Do you speak English? A little bit. In other words, people are like fish and sea insect. That's true. Yes. Do you speak English? A little bit. My English is not so good. I must be training my English better from the next streams.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice.
Wait a second. Oh. Das sollte etwa heißen?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Es fühlt sich nicht so an, als gäbe es einen Ausweg.
Huh.
That's the
No matter
problem.
what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Why you pick female character? So I have the first one. So the I see it. The female character. Also the problem war. Also es war so. I've picked it. I have Genshin played on my phone. I've played the male character. I've been he's been given for PS4, and you can be. I picked the other gender, the female one. He's been Lumine. Design better, character better, name better, And I see the trailer. He's been go with a mech. I have idea. I've come and summoned a mech. So yes, the trailer, yeah. Bye, Lucas. Yeah.
About the fourth slate.
Das ist mein Answer.
You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Warte, das heißt etwa. Oh.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
So. Wait, Yes, this is one fact. And the trailer. I see Lumin go with a Ruin Guard. I have the idea. Can be summon a Ruin Guard. And stronger attacks? More like it. And welcome back, Lucas. So.
It was both dream
Weiterträumer.
and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Okay, what's happening? Und wie geht's los? Hype!
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Oh yeah. Did you remember the code yet? Okay. Ich bin gerade selber erstmal kurz baff. What are happening here? The rail child and ja. Ich wette, dass es genau der ist, den Child in seiner Kindheit begegnet ist. Yes. Ja.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
The codes can be... I could not codes. Claim it. I have the Friday of the Sunday? Or Tuesday? Yeah. Next day, he's been working and the codes he's been... yes. And not can claim it me. Claim it the codes.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the Primordial Sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again, once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Yes. I not can be claimed as 300 Primus. Ivy's been working this day to the next day. Yeah, that's the problem. And the code is we not more. Ah. Yes, a little bit. Naja. Things are things. Then is eben so.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
I see.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Was meinst du damit?
It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Nach all unseren Anstrengungen konnten wir nichts gegen das Schicksal ankämpfen. Warte, wenn es hier nur um Schicksal geht?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Könnte es sein, dass es selbst, wenn die Prophezeiung in Erfüllung geht, immer noch eine Möglichkeit gibt, alle zu retten? Ich habe etwas übersehen. Ja, ich habe Furina vollkommen vergessen, was wollte sie mir im letzten Moment in den riesigen Zauberschrank sagen. Was ist ihr wahres Geheimnis?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Yes, wir find the real one.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the Opera House, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Ich bin mit Farinas Tränen in Kontakt gekommen, soweit ich weiß. Enthält Tränen offen die stärksten Gefühle eines Wesens. Mit ausreichender starker Wahrnehmung gegenüber dem Hydroelement kann ich eine emotionale Verbindung aufbauen, wie ich es mit den Okaniern am Lucerne-Brunnen getan habe. Warte. Könnte das Farinas innere Welt sein? Farina, was macht sie auf der Bühne? Warte. Wahrscheinlich ist das nicht Farina, das ist womöglich ein Spiegelbild ihres innersten Ichs. Wenn ich direkt mit ihrem Inneren spreche, könnte ich vielleicht leicht herausfinden, was ich wissen wollte. Ich bin hierher gekommen, um nach Antworten zu suchen. Die Gelegenheit darf ich mir nicht entgehen lassen. Ich muss versuchen, mit ihr zu reden. Ja. Das grande Finale beginnt langsam.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Komm schon, ich bin es.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Ich sehe hier kein Publikum.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Irgendwas stimmt nicht. Ich kann mich nicht zu ihr durchringen. Selbst in ihrem Innersten spielt sie immer noch die Rolle des Hydra-Archons. Was für eine Entschlossenheit muss sie haben, dass selbst ihr Innerstes Ich und ihr Unterbewusstsein eine so undurchdringliche Abwehr haben. Ich muss mir etwas einfallen lassen.
Dear audience, The performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ach, Farina. Bringt dir nix.
More speed. Rack and ruin.
Into the shadows.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Are you using PS5? Yes. I'm using PS5. I'm streaming from PS5. Alle Lichter sind aus. In Farinas Herz muss sie die Blicke der Menschen auf sie symbolisiert haben. Oh Mann. Apropos, ich glaube, ich habe gerade ein Signal empfangen. War das Ihre wahre Stimme? Try using Qingshu to buff your damage. Yes. I wish Qingshu can be buffed the damage and increase all of my team. I think this team, I play it so it can beat the content. Yes. I'm a casual player. Ein Ticket. Seit wann ist das denn hier? Oha. Es sieht so aus, als würde die Show gleich beginnen. Zeig mir, wie du wirklich bist. Wirklich fühlst, Farina. Or banned for the healer. Yes, I risk. I have Bennett, I have Qingshu.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oha. Rede beim Auftritt Farina. Amstritt. Alles klar. Auf jeden Fall wollte ich noch kurz mich bei allen Leuten jetzt aktuell für den aktuellen Support von euch in den Stream erstmal bedanken. Thank you very much of all the people who's been seeing and support me. Thank you very much. Einfach nur danke. Das wollte ich erstmal kurz zwischendurch gesagt haben. Ich habe hier erstmal kurz mal meine Klappe gehalten, weil ich gerade. Thanks. You. Yes.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Okay.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Mut zusammennehmen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Aufrichtig verhalten.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Die Rede höflich beenden.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
Verena's story.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
Okay. It's interesting. Verena's story.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Zuversichtlich sein.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
dramatisch
The
verhalten.
scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Die Rede auf spektakuläre Weise beenden.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Akt 3 in Opernhaus Farina. Okay. Fängt schon wieder an, das Internet rumzuspinnen.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Oh. Verdammt, der Stuhl, hör auf zu knatschen. Okay.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay. Haben wir jetzt mal einen kleinen Einblick, wie Farina so gesehen alles, was sie getrieben hat, oder wie sie selber ihre Geschichte sieht. The History of Farina. The story from Farina, ja, gesagt.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, The Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Okay. Interessant. That's interesting.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Panels,
Lady
Furina.
Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Akt 5. No panels, Furina. Again.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Ich wollte mal kurz nur meinen Fuß kratzen. Mein Controller ist hier gerade runtergefallen.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Immortal. Yes. The problem when you are an immortal, you live the next one, the next day never end. When a life not end, it's not a real life. Real life.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina und oh man.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Oh, da habe ich fast was vergessen. Ja, unglaublich. Großartig. Ich hätte nicht erwartet, dass sich diese Szene in ihrer inneren Welt wiederholen würde. Ich werde gewiss dieses Mal herausfinden, was mir damals sagen wollte.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin...
So the gods were enemies. But are the real gods, or where are the real ones? So, what I understand, the Celestial, the gods from Celestial, he's been stole the power from the dragons. And Fausalor, he's been the next Archon from Hydro. He's given the power back to the Hydro Dragon. And he's been the original balance. He's been back.
Then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others.
And yet, I understand what I mean. The gods, the enemies, the unknown god, he's the enemy, real dangerous enemy.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fausalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Danke, Farina. Bleib bitte an dem wirklich als Mensch weiter.
Ex Nivelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Du hast Kraft gewonnen.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Du meinst mich?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Okay. Okay.
Separate the power of the Primordials. Considering the corruption beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power.
Na klar.
We shall look for an opening together.
Falls ich bin. Also mir gefällt der Kampf. Weg! Das hier auch ein paar.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Shudder! Blood of frost!
Dreck! Verdammt nochmal! Komm hierher! What? Was ist jetzt hier? Was bist du denn für ein Hampel? Team not the best. Oh, I've learned it.
I have granted you my protection.
Stay with this team.
Use my power to press its root from within.
Das war's wohl. Was ist jetzt los? What's happening?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Haustier deines Meisters? Wenn diese Figur kommt, ich werde auf so pullen. Ist mir von mir aus egal. Ich mag sie. Design, top. Wird wahrscheinlich von Element Cryo sein. Ich hoffe, die kommt als spielbare Figur. Werde ich pullen. Das ist auf jeden Fall ein Fakt, dass ich freue mich schon, wenn sie kommen wird irgendwann. Das Design 10 out of 10. Wie sie einfach auftritt, einfach top. Are you hyped of this show? Haustier deines Meisters?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Was für eine Person.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Der Name ist Suto. Wer?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir, then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Das war zu erwarten, Paimon. Das ist doch selbstverständlich. Die Prophezeiung wird sicherlich wahr werden. Wir wussten das und haben es akzeptiert. Allerdings...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you right?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong. Hall to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Give me a little moment. Ich bin mal kurz auf Toilette, mal kurz streuen. Oh Mann. Oh. Da wäre ich mal kurz wieder zurück. I'm back, everyone. So, then look at what's happening.
Soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Yep. Yep. Yes. Ja. Möglicherweise war sie von Anfang an wichtige Person.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Ich bin schon ein wenig neugierig, wie es weitergehen wird.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Ja, dann lass uns mal dahin aufbrechen. Wir haben wieder einen neuen Gegenstand bekommen. Ist er wieder bei den wichtigen, oder? Müsste theoretisch hier... Ja, hier sein. Träne zwischen den Sternen. Ein Tropfen Wasser, der dem Unitüm entnommen wurde. Welches... Internet spinnt wieder rum. Welches es nach dem Urmeer des Lebens gelüstet. Wo es Geburt gibt, da muss es auch Sterben geben. Und wo es Sterben gibt, da gibt es auch Geburt. So must einst ein Philosoph einer fernen und uralten Welt. Wäre dem nicht so, so könnte der flüchtige Strom des Lichts eine ewige Finsternis nicht standhalten. Und am Ende der Zeit würde alles verwelken in Dunkelheit. Das Gesetz der Sterne, das Gesetz des Kosmos, es sollte auf natürliche Weise erhalten bleiben. Allerdings das Gesetz des Kosmos, nie war es eine Konstante. In einer geschlossenen Box obsiegte das Sterben immer über das Entstehen neues Lebens. Millionen der Jahre des Wohlstands sind nur ein Windenschlag in Milliarden von Jahren und der Ruhm, mit dem man sich schmücken kann, wird immer rosten und verfallen, sich auflösen und schließlich in Vergessenheit geraten. Okay. So. Und so vergoss die zwischen den Sternen schwebte, die zahllose Namen in zahllosen Zivilisationen trugen, für den Moment der verdammten Stille ihre Träne der Verzweiflung, ihre Träne der Hoffnung. Denn alle Verzweiflung und alle Hoffnung, sie werden schließlich zusammen mit den Abermillionen leuchtenden Sternen erloschen. Ihre Träne des Kummers, ihre Tränen des Glücks, denen alle Kummer und alles Glücks, werden in der kalten, dunklen, entschlossenen Leere verstaut. Alle Gestalten klein, doch wunderschön. Alle Momente gehütet, ihre Erinnerungen. Sie alle werden verblassen in der Zeit. Ja, selbst die Sterne sind nicht gefeit vor ihr. Und so kann es, dass das, was der reinste göttlich nannte wurde, entschlossen war, alles zu bewahren, was bewahrt werden sollte, entschlossen, alles zu verschlingen, was verschlungen werden sollte, bis ans Ende der Zeit, bis das Meer einsamer Sterne verbrannte, war zu erkaltender Glut in jedem Moment. Da entstand eine ganz neue Welt. Ja, moin. Entstand eine ganz neue Welt, geboren im Leib des Narwals. Keine Sünden mehr, keine Trauer, keine Bindauern, keine Tränen, denn alles ist längst entschwunden zu den Sternen alter Zeiten. Oh Mann. Also ich habe zukünftig immer noch ein bisschen was zu lesen. So. Gehen wir mal nach Ponson. Schauen uns mal ein bisschen um.
More speed.
So.
More speed.
Fatui. Ein Fatui wieder hier.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too!
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as Despina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks!
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Da wusste ich schon, dass sie dorthin geht.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Dann gehen wir als nächstes zum Fort. Auf geht's!
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Sie lässt wirklich keine Gelegenheit ungenutzt.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jerrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, just pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
So. Jetzt nur noch zu den, da wo alles angefangen hat, hin. Oh, das Buch. Farbe die Fontaine. Hört sich interessant an. Aber wir haben Lust, heute lang wieder ein bisschen was bei der History of Fun zu sehen, Genshin Impact wieder zu lesen.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Klingt, als würde es zu ihm passen.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Dann kann ich ihn wohl jetzt zu meinen Kampfkameraden zählen.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Wirst du auf dieser Seite bleiben?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Mir ist gerade etwas eingefallen. Könntest du das bitte für uns weitergeben?
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Alles klar.
Well, guess he said Charlotte, huh? Should we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Eine Sache, die ich nicht leiden kann, ist, wenn ich in der Nähe von Wasserfällen stehe. Mal dieses ganze Rauschen in den offenen Kopfhörern, das tut manchmal ein bisschen weh auf den Ohren. Ich mag zwar Wasserfälle, aber so gesehen auch zu sehen, aber ja. In manchen Spielen finde ich die leider ein bisschen irgendwo, ja weniger so pralle. Deswegen. Ich wollte doch nicht mit euch... Okay. Hey, die sind doch aus Leeway. Wie schon gesagt, ich werde bei manchen Sachen das nicht lesen, so sehen. Deswegen, ich bin einfach nur hier vorbeigekommen. Wenn wir so sehen, die ganzen Nebenquests so sind abarbeiten. Solange die Bezahlung stimmt. Okay, haben wir jetzt so gesehen eine neue Quest bekommen. Die möchte gehen für den Macher. Wir holen uns erstmal die Rainbow Flowers. Das ist unser Gebiet hier. So. Ich würde sagen, wir machen noch dann bald auch wieder eine Pause. Ich krieg langsam Hunger. Schön auch, dass aktuell hier Das Alicino, Chlorin. Auch der Wanderer hat aktuell noch einen Boost bekommen. Oh. Alles Figuren, die ich selber auch habe. Oh. Deswegen auch das mal kurz zeigen kann. If any people. Warte kurz. So. So, wir mal kurz ein paar Primers abgesammelt. Gibt es noch mehr Primers? Wo gibt es hier mehr Primers? Ah, Herausforderung 9. Verlasse den Bauch des Fisches, ohne von Phantomangriff getroffen zu werden. Oh, war doch easy. So, ihr sehen.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Na, gehen wir mal dahin, gucken, was da Phase ist.
You really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Fortschritt hat die himmlische Toten getäuscht. Ja.
So that's what happened?
Ich habe nur Farinas Teil der Geschichte gesehen.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Die Menschen von Fontaine endlich wirklich geboren wurden.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay. Über das ursprüngliche Urteil das über Tartaglia gefällt wurde.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Warum muss es jetzt auf einmal wieder anfangen mit Ruckeln? Ich glaube, es wird Zeit, dass wir auch bald wieder eine kleine Pause
But
machen.
whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay. Über Fontaines Zukunft.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay. Über das göttliche Herz von Fontaine.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay. Über die nächste Station meiner Reise.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
Ja.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, ich habe keine weiteren Fragen. Und ich bin jetzt wieder richtig gehypt auf Natland. Das Reich des Drachen oder die Nation des Krieges. Ja, und ich freue mich schon, den nächsten der Fatui, Capitano, mich so gesehen entgegenzustellen. Also so gesehen nicht entgegenzustellen, wer ist, wie er überhaupt ist, wer es ist. Also wie der Name schon sagt, ich denke mal so, hallo, Capitano wird wahrscheinlich so Richtung 200 gehen. Oder es überrascht mich komplett. Zum Beispiel wie eine Alicino. Oder Child oder ja. Also wir wissen noch nicht mal, ob Capitano ein spielbarer Charakter wird. Ich hoffe bei Skirk wird es auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube, da ist schon der Hype groß. Bei dir.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Okay.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young. and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Ein Abkömmling? Sie hat einen von Ihnen erwähnt. Ich bin der 4. Abkömmling. Zweites ist der Abkömmling von vor mir gestorben.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Keine Sorge, ich werde nicht so einfach ins Gras beißen.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Du kannst den Willen der Götter verstehen.
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Das war der letzte Akt von Fontaine. Ja. Aber das war auch noch nicht das Ende der ganzen Geschichte. So. Geh zur Abenteurergilde in Sumero und sprich mit Catherine. So, weil jetzt... Ich würde schon gleich sagen, machen wir mal weiter. Oh, ja, Alicinos Legenden auf... Eieiei.
It's been a while since we visited Poisson. Maybe we should head...
Nein. Oder ausschalten. Ich wollte eigentlich das nicht aktivieren, aber dann machen wir das mal gleich hier weiter. Ich wollte eigentlich den Agentenauftrag nicht annehmen. Muss das Spiel auch so... Verdammt. Habe ich schon mal das von Farina? Gut, den haben wir wahrscheinlich noch was für den Stream vor. Also den Legendenauftrag von Alicino. So gesehen, und dann machen wir jetzt noch Bertrand, also gute Nachtgeschichte. Theoretisch sind die anderen davor, aber ja. Leider habe ich trotzdem das Ding aktiviert. Ich kann mich immer noch nachspeisen für den Missklick. Ich darf bloß nicht Poisson betreten. Scheiße, ich kann den Auftrag... Nein, ich will den eigentlich nur abbrechen. Nur freischalten und dann abbrechen eigentlich. Aber ja. So, mit O. Und jetzt erstmal kurz wir gehen jetzt erstmal kurz unseren ganzen Dingeskirchen einlösen. Unsere ganzen Aufträge hier. So, Maskerade der Frevler. So.
Ad Astra Ab...
Erstmal
Thank you for
tägliche.
completing...
Ja.
Ad Astra Ab...
Aber bevor es jetzt hier weitergeht mit den nächsten so gesehen Teil der Geschichte, würde ich sagen, machen wir erstmal eine Pause so gesehen. Ich werde es nochmal kurz erstmal reinschalten. Dass jetzt erstmal kurz eine Pause ist. Weil ich habe langsam ein bisschen Hunger bekommen. Holt euch in der Zwischenzeit kurz mal was zu essen. Wir werden uns so gesehen in circa einer halben Stunde denn wiedersehen. Deswegen wollte ich nur schon mal Bescheid geben.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
There'll be an extra
Finger next time?
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Rebooting.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. Exactly. But none of them believed me. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Error.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Error.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Rebooting. Banker next time?
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Can we play banker next time?
There'll be an extra fee for that. Exactly, but none of them believed me. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Error.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
Can we play Banker next time?
Exactly, but none of them believed me. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Rebooting.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Can we play Banker next time?
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
There'll be an extra fee for that. Exactly, but none of them believed me. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
I'll think there'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think there'll be an extra fee for that. Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Error.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
There'll be an extra fee for that. Think about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
There'll be an extra fee.
Error.
Exactly, think about it.
But none of them believed me.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
Can we play banker next
All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
I'll think about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Can we play banker next time?
I'll think about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
Error.
I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
Can we play banker next time?
Crush!
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Beg for mercy.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
So. So, Servus. Machst du gerade über Capture Card? Mache ich aktuell nicht über Capture Card.
But the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
Wow. Man kann es ein bisschen aufschöpfen. Ja, ich mache ja nicht über Capture Card so gesehen. Weil aktuell habe ich bei mir hier in meinem Viertel haben wir ein paar Internetschwankungen und deswegen. Ich werde das wahrscheinlich dann mit der Capture Card dann machen, wenn bei mir alles besser läuft, so gesehen von der Technik her. So. Aber wir werden jetzt noch den Legendenauftrag von Alecino mal starten. Weil ich habe den jetzt schon versehentlich gestartet, also ja, komm. Dann lass uns mal diesen Auftrag machen. Oder wollen wir uns... Also wir haben ja heute noch viel Zeit, also... Deswegen, also... Das ist höchstens im Passant, da darf ich höchstens nicht im Passant rein. Ach komm. Wir machen jetzt erstmal den... Legenden weiter mit der Hauptquest. Aber soweit es geht, vorbereitet sind, wenn es Richtung Nachtland geht. Und falls die Frage ist, ich kann ein bisschen nur verzögert hin und wieder auf den Chat reagieren. Bin bei da, Red. Ja, der Stream war ist aktuell extrem abgegangen, auf jeden Fall.
More speed.
Deswegen also... Ganz entspannt bleiben. So. Ach, hier müssen wir nur mit... Ah, ist klar, dann weiß ich, wie ich... Dass ich... Okay, dann machen wir doch erstmal das mit Alicino. Dann brauche ich da keine Gedanken haben. Weil dann wird das erstmal noch auf... Nee, ich will den Auftrag von Alicino machen. Mal anfangen. So gesehen.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows that voice!
Over here.
Lange nicht gesehen.
To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be quite the fated reunion. Running into you two out of the blue like this has really made my day. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
You can say that again. What brings you to Poisson? Wait, Paimon's got it! You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of trouble on the home front, so Father arranged for us to stay in Poisson for the time being.
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble. What's really going on?
Well...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
You know... on second thought, maybe we don't need to know? It's all probably super confidential House of the Hearth stuff, right? We totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your conversation just now. Of course, I can also understand your confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved.
Wir haben immer noch unsere Vorbehalte gegenüber eurer Organisation.
I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future. As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree? The House of the Hearth could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
Vielleicht nur irgendeine große Geschichte.
A phantom child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth. So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
Ich konnte nicht anders, als mich während des Gesprächs mit der Bediensteten eingeschüchtert zu fühlen. Jetzt, da sie weg ist, habe ich das Gefühl, endlich wieder aufatmen zu können. Sie schlug auch vor, dass wir noch ein paar Tage bleiben sollten. Aber warum?
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny... Oh, wait a second. For your guests, that probably means we'll be treated to lots of yummy food, right?
Of course. During our stay in Poisson, we've been helping out the locals with some fishing. We bring in quite the bounty every day. In fact, today's the perfect chance for me to show you what I can do in the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take you to where we're staying.
Wenn das Ofen des Feuers erlischt. So.
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later and tidy up a bit. After that, it should be all ready for you to stay in tonight.
Awesome, thanks! So, where are we off to now?
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson, we have to bring in outside supplies every now and then. I should probably make sure the rest of these provisions get delivered, otherwise people might start to get antsy.
Okay, we'll come with! There are all sorts of rumors about your organization floating around out there. Paimon's not sure if she could even take a wild guess as to what's true and what's not. But now that we finally have the chance to see a day in the life of the house, we can take a good look at how you operate!
Well, you're more than welcome to come along. Just follow me.
So, wir müssen einfach nur ein paar Vorräte verteilen.
More speed.
Mit Lady. Kleine. Juni. Ja.
Linny! We're finally here. The supplies. I'm assuming you've...
Brought them with me? Yep, here you go. Hello? Something caught your eye?
It's the Traveler in Paimon!
No way!
Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests now, do we?
Oh, it's alright! Gotta say, Paimon didn't realize we were this famous.
Of course! Father and Linny have told us so much about you.
Father told us about how you helped Linny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine, everyone's been very curious about you.
I heard the Traveler is so strong that she can move a mountain with her bare hands.
I heard Paimon eats so much that she can clean out the entire pantry at Hotel Tabor in just 3 days! Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon? Oh, not cool at all!
Ist das nicht... Das über mich ist auch ein bisschen weit hergeholt.
Oh, wait! When guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and stuff, right?
Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, we don't have anything to give to you! Come on, we insist! I can give you some of my new potions. Just pick your poison. And by that, I mean medicine or actual poison. I've got both. Huh?
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth. He's super good at it. He's never been caught.
Ah, now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head-on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? When it comes to eliminating your enemies, staying quiet can go a long way. Trust me, I would know. I was poisoned not too long ago, and I'm still dealing with the after effects. So I'm not quite as good as I was before, but I can still give you some pointers.
Wait. When you said gifts, Paimon didn't think you meant poison and stealth tactics.
But those are the best things we can give you. You don't like them? Ooh, how about this? Tell me the name of someone who really annoys you, and we'll teach him a lesson for you.
All right, Fold, Selwar. I think that's enough suggestions for now. When it comes to being a good host, it's the thought that counts. You don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy. In fact, pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really?
Alles bei uns angekommen.
Awesome! It's been so long since we've had guests to play with. If there's anything you need, just let us know.
Yeah, especially if it's poison or something. I've got all sorts of potions for that.
Well, we'll talk to you all later. We've still got supplies to distribute.
All right, see you later.
Bye!
Lenny, about all that poison and stealth tactics talk just now.
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family. Elwar has an unnatural obsession with potions. Father has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one. Chaplot is around my age. While I'm mainly responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance. He's very passionate about his work and has no reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions. Things like stealth tactics and developing different poisons, they really mean a lot to them. They were just trying to share the best of what they could offer, that's all.
So, wir verteilen mal ein bisschen weiter Vorräte. Ich hoffe, ich glaube, heute fängt das Internet sich nicht mehr so großartig. Aber wahrscheinlich können wir das über Discord heute knicken, weil ich glaube, das Internet wird das wahrscheinlich nicht mehr heute aushalten. Deswegen ist das...
Filio, supplies are here.
Wie schon gesagt, ich muss mich mal gucken, wie... Wahrscheinlich werde ich auch nur noch Alicino machen und dann mache ich auch erstmal Pause. Hey, gestern war ich ja auch noch bis 4 Uhr so gesehen wach und habe noch aufgenommen. So gesehen, weil ich ja die nächsten beiden... Also nächste Woche habe ich ja... Kann ich höchstens doch mal Samstag aufnehmen, da habe ich Nachtschicht. Und danach bin ich erstmal eine Woche krank, weil ich am Montag ja noch eine OP habe.
Thanks. And who are these two? Outsiders?
Ah, allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, you're the famous duo I've been hearing so much about. It's nice to meet you. I heard you've traveled to all sorts of places. Is that true?
Of course! We're making our way all across to that!
Oh, good for you.
You must be pretty familiar with Fontaine by now, then. Have you seen the new opera that started running recently? I think it's called... The 4,000 Thieves?
Oh, this is the first we've heard of it.
It seems like it's going to be fantastic. From what I've been able to tell from the posters, anyway. You should definitely check it out if you have the time.
Oh, and there's The Blind Maiden, too. That one is supposed to have audience interaction. Seems pretty interesting. After this mission is over, I think I'll go get a manicure.
Oh, maybe I should dye my hair. Wonder how much it'll cost.
Is it just Paimon, or do these two seem much easier to get along with than the others? Looks like the House of the Hearth has some normal members after all.
I heard that.
I'm guessing you're referring to Foltz and the others? Yeah, we're definitely not all like them.
I bet those crazies are practically foaming at the mouth right now. I'm sure they just can't wait to get back to Snezhnaya to carry out the plan.
That's enough, Filial.
Don't talk about family members behind their back, right? Whatever. Let's go.
Guess this is goodbye then. If you ever have some time, we should go see the opera together.
Well, that's it for the supplies. We should probably head back as well.
Well, they didn't seem too happy with each other. Seems like there could be something more going on here.
Wir sollten erstmal beobachten.
You're right. We're only here as guests after all. Oh, Linny's getting super far ahead. Come on, let's catch up.
Oh. Ich hoffe, der Stream leckt nicht zu dolle. Bei wie viel Puls sind wir denn eigentlich schon? Ach so. Dafür, dass wir die Maskerade des Frevlers abgeschlossen haben, kriegen wir nochmal was. Oh. Aber vielleicht mache ich so Sinn. Wie schon gesagt, ich versuche jetzt noch die Questreihe von Alicino so ein bisschen fertig zu machen.
So, what do you think of the members you've met so far?
Oh, vielleicht hau ich mich gleich hin.
Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak their mind. Well, I should probably get cooking. Wanna join?
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Huh? Fremine? What are you doing here?
Well,
Fremine! Nice to see you again!
Oh, you too. I heard you're here as guests of House of the Hearth. Welcome.
We were just going to make some food. Why don't you come along? I could use some help in the kitchen, and I seem to remember you mentioning you wanted to make seafood soup for the traveler in Paimon.
Seafood soup? Oh, Paimon's drooling already.
Were you looking for something just now, Fremine? Maybe I can help.
It's nothing. I just wanted to see if there were any extra supplies.
Yeah, we've got some left over. What do you need?
Some food and water. And some clean cloth, if possible.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food, water... Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not on any missions as far as I'm aware, and you were just going to come eat with us. So what's this all about?
I thought I'd grab an extra portion because I get hungry at night. Could be because I'm growing, you know, and...
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need some work. Tell me what's going on. Is it really bad enough that you have to keep it from your own brother?
Maybe it'll be better if we gave them some space.
Huh. This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face. Whatever happened, does it have something to do with Father?
Yes. Just follow me.
Okay. Oha.
You're back! Oh, and you've brought some friends with you this time.
Hello, my name's Linny. I grew up in the House of the Hearth. And you are?
Hi, Linny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth, just like you. You can call me Clairvy.
Clairvy?
It's nice to meet you. Does that name ring any bells, Linny?
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it. What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in. She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You, haven't told Father, have you?
No, I haven't told anyone. I've just been keeping her hidden.
For how long?
About half a month now.
So ever since we got to Poisson, then? Do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So why are you doing this?
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Sheplo nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission. He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect, and not a single person was there to help him. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but I went to look for him anyway. Luckily, I got there with enough time to save his life. That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices, it's happened many times in the House of the Hearth. I'm sure you've noticed.
So what you're saying is, that was her? She was the one who spoke to you that night?
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth, I don't think there's any other possibility. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us to do. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I think that makes her family. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's so much we still don't know.
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out eventually.
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put Clairvy in danger.
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you in private.
Those two sure care a lot about each other. Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other's heads off. No way. They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, because I also have a friend like that. I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last.
Wie meinst du?
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Linny. I really didn't mean to drag anyone else into this.
Oh, really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I, for one, wish you did.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette. We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by Father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the closest. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we joined the house.
Linny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, that means more than blood. You and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone. Not if I can help it.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Linny and Fremine. Maybe we should go check on them. Oh, it's raining. I should put my clothes away.
Bitte was? Sieht mir aus wie Lasagne. Lasagne. Ach, nee.
You two? Hope we aren't interrupting anything. Like a fight, or... Oh, wait a minute, Fremine. You're not crying, are you? Is everything alright?
Everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
It's just a small family dispute. It's not something our guests should trouble themselves with. In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
Aber manchmal kann es auch recht nützlich sein, Gäste im Haus zu haben.
What are you getting at, Traveler?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Wir wollen wohl alle besser bleiben.
I just... Thank you. I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you. I know things could turn dangerous, so I promise you this. From now on, I'll protect you like my life depends on it.
Me too.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairvy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here. Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like none of this ever happened.
I've tried that already.
And?
And... nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but... after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits. Do you two have any ideas?
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping them here and return to the ley lines. Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so it's not guaranteed to work or anything.
Well, sounds like it's worth a shot. Guess that means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine, I need you to promise me something.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved. Can you do that for me?
Of course. I promise.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I swear.
Whoa!
Lynette!
Oh.
But what a surprise! What brings you here, dear sister? And, when exactly did you get here?
You're an idiot, brother. And you too, Fremine. You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
Wait, what did we do?
I've seen Clairvy around the House of the Hearth before. I hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out, you were just hiding her. I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here, Lynette. Well, I guess we're all in this together then. After we talk to Clairvy, we'll figure out our next move. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
So.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys. She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
Sie ist schließlich auch ein Geist.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical world at all. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe, in her mind, she really is eating those things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or maybe she couldn't understand the question at all.
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend. Hi, I'm Clairvy.
Hello.
Clairvy, how did you join the House of the Hearth?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? The knave brings you here and then you can't leave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster, unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Wait, does that mean the knave...
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Have either of you heard of that name before?
No.
Me neither.
Hallo, Rainbow.
Clairvy, Perry. Neither of those names are on the roster. But it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairvy, do you have a wish?
A wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine. It's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
Hab heute Geo Character bekommen. 11 Geo Character. Okay.
To go outside, where the sun can find me.
That's it? Well, that sounds easy enough.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine.
Ein German.
No one
Also ich
can get
spreche Deutsch, so gesehen, falls die Frage das sein sollte. Die Opernsängerin.
Okay, time to divide and conquer. Listen up. I've got a plan.
Ah,
I'll
warte.
to use basic illusory magic to take Clairvy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight.
Ich weiß, glaube, wen du meinst. Das wäre, glaube, Yunjin. War, glaube, Yunjin. Wenn ich mich noch richtig erinnere.
Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairvy was talking about, and see if her name is on it. Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairvy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us? What should we do?
I really appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. I don't want to drag you in too deep. It's too risky.
Heute ist mein Gehirn ein bisschen Mischmasch. Ja, ich bin auch schon ein bisschen müde langsam. Deswegen.
Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick by her side for a little while. You don't need to do anything except keep up some nice, casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us to distract her.
Wir kontaktieren wir euch. Wie kontaktieren wir euch? Ja. Konzentration, Red.
I'll give you a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong. Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight after all's said and done. If the worst-case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to let our guests get punished for our own actions. That's where we draw the line.
Sei vorsichtig.
You too. Okay, this is where we part. Father should be at the beach nearby.
Alles klar.
I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well. That's the only way this can get resolved.
Erstmal möchte ich noch mal kurz wieder ein ganz großes erwähnen. Ganz großes, dickes, fettes Handherz an euch alle Leute raus erstmal. Für euren Insane Support in diesem Stream hier gerade. Ich bin dafür extrem dankbar aktuell. Oh Mann. Für euren Support, so gesehen. So. Boah, morgen Schule. Rainbow, sei froh, dass du morgen Schule hast. Ich muss morgen wieder auf die Arbeit. Nochmal wieder eine Runde malochen. Wie schon gesagt, Schule ist schön. Ist zwar nervig manchmal hin und wieder, aber genieß die Zeit. Kann ich nur sagen.
More speed.
Ja, weiß, hat manchmal Ferien und aber irgendwo angemeldet. Ja, einfach genießen, das Beste daraus machen. Wenn du später arbeiten bist, hast du nicht mehr so viel Zeit. Also ich bin froh, dass ich so gesehen am Wochenende jetzt streamen kann wieder. Ja, hast recht, sie ist... Na schön. Oh. Deswegen. Ach, da haben wir doch die beiden wieder. Den lieben Grafen und Alicino.
It's the knave and child. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya, and well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
Oh, okay, so have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting better first.
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over. But they really did help speed up my recovery.
Oh, dann wünsche ich auf jeden Fall, ja, Unfälle nerven, das weiß ich auf jeden Fall, nur zu gut. Ja, und dann wünsche ich auf jeden Fall deinem Freund auf jeden Fall ziemlich viel gute, schon mal gute Besserung auf jeden Fall. Ja. Und nicht so lange her habt, ja. Okay. Ja. Man könnte vielleicht ihn so sehen, also wenn ich das so sehen sehe, vielleicht, ja, er hat einfach aktiv, wahrscheinlich ist er ein ziemlicher Teufel und hat wahrscheinlich ziemlich viel Pech. Wie sich das so anhört, ja.
And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrator's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better.
Gar nix.
I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
Oh. Oh. Vielleicht hat er später eine Beule bekommen, aber keine Ahnung. Naja.
And what a sweet little daydream that is. But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well. Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
Is it just Paimon? Or does it kind of seem like they're...
Hinter den Rücken ihrer Kollegen über sie lästern.
So, dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Well, we just...
Oh. Warte, was? What? Wusstest du, dass Alicino ein Glitch ist? Ja. Das habe ich zumindest schon, soweit es geht, mitbekommen. Das habe ich schon teilweise mitbekommen. Aber warum, weswegen, das weiß ich noch nicht. Also wir machen ja gerade die Story Quest von ihr, deswegen. Ein bisschen interessant schon mal. Wollte mehr über dich erfahren.
Right! We're super close to Linny and the others, but we still don't know much about you!
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Oh, well, you see? There's only so much you can learn about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like... Why do you call yourself father?
Huh, good question. I'd also like to know.
Wie bitte? Ich hab dich nicht verstanden. Ach, so gesehen... ist mir so gesehen ein bisschen schon aufgefallen, weil ich habe selber mal irgendeinen Stream ja auf so gepult und da ist mir schon das mit diesen, dass er nur wieder herumglitscht, schon irgendwo aufgefallen. Und irgendwo kommt es mir auch ein bisschen seltsam vor, wegen wie in den Augen. Deswegen. Ist ja irgendwas Seltsames bei ihr, das war mir schon klar, aber das mit dem Glitch auch ein bisschen zusammenhängt, das ist auch ein bisschen neu für mich.
Tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful.
50-50.
Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that, now can we?
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Ja, einfach die Augen. Ja, deswegen. Also wenn ich jetzt jeden einfach, da ist Child, normale Augen und
if there's nothing
da.
else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Alicino ist mit einer der einzigen Charakter, die wieder diese Kreuze in den Augen haben.
Wait, don't go!
Wenn die Bedienstete jetzt geht, wird sie sicher auf Lainey und Lawine treffen. Soll ich den Vogel freilassen, den Lainey uns gegeben hat? Nein, wir sollten zuerst versuchen, sie mit etwas anderem zu reden zu bringen. Was bedeutet die Organisation für dich?
I'd also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser. Which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Weil sie ist ja von Canria und sie ist zu Tywalt und zurück in Canria gegangen, also... Alles klar. Weil sie ist ja von Canria. Alles klar, also ist sie eigentlich ein Hilly. Ja, also... Ich bin froh, dass sie so ist, wie sie ist.
Well,
Aber...
you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that's what I heard.
Stimmt. Stimmt, das Ding ist aber auch wieder bei diesen, ich glaube, dass sie wieder diesen Fluch von Kanria hat. Die Leute, ganzen Leute so gesehen aus Kanria haben. Deswegen, ist ja einfach nur so gesehen auch wie Dane einen Fluch hat. Deswegen.
Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
Ja. Die Bedienstete hat Haus des Kamins verraten. Das heißt, da Klavin die Wahrheit gesagt hat, behandelt sie ihre Kinder wirklich wie Versuchskaninchen. Was soll das?
Wait, did you really do something bad to those kids?
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Also, okay. Auf jeden Fall ziemlich interessant. Was der mächtige Puccinella zu sagen hat. Okay.
Ah, well, nothing much. Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say anything untrue. Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved, but I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things, an attribute that I find to be quite advantageous. Call yourself a Fontanian, for example, and people will assume all sorts of things,
Interessiere mich
when the
über
real
das
truth is
Lore,
that
das
this is
gerade
simply the
passiert.
land where I was raised.
Ja, sage ich auf jeden Fall auch so, gehe ich vollkommen mit. Aktuell die Lore von dem Game wurde ziemlich stark ausgebaut, weil so gesehen wurden ja auch die Dragons eingeführt, also die alten Drachen, mit Fontaine ja auch noch. Wir haben ja einen neuen alten Drachen ja mitbekommen, das war einmal Apu von Sumiro und dann ja New Villette von Fontaine, also der Hydro Dragon. Und ich allgemein aktuell die Lore, wie das Game so ist. Also ich freue mich schon. Also wie schon gesagt, wir kriegen ja aktuell nur kleine Happen, wie, wo, was aktuell Phase ist. Zum Beispiel auch, dass die ganze Geschichte zu den Shadowhuntern, also den Schattenjägern, die so gesehen Chlorinden erzählen wird. Also Chlorin ist der Charakter, die am meisten Verbindung zu den Schattenjägern hat. Oder wieso nenne ich Nuvi immer Oi Oi? Das kann ich hier leider auch nicht verändern. Aber ich weiß, dass er auf jeden Fall ein ziemlicher DPS ist, also ja, der haut raus.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then why did you try to help out with the prophecy and everything?
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontanian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save their homeland after all? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
So viel dazu, etwas über ihren Verrat zu erfahren. Wahrscheinlich hat sie dieses andere Geheimnis nur preisgegeben, um vom Thema abzulenken. Es wirkt, als wollte sie es vermeiden, über ihre Vergangenheit zu sprechen.
So, you stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies. Looks like I was holding on to some prejudices myself.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that really caught my attention. I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes? Whew, at least that's not a thing anymore.
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually. You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Okay. I get the picture.
Okay.
Well, would you look at the time? I should probably get going. Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other, we should definitely try and find some time to spar.
Du bist noch nicht fit.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna keel over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
We should probably get going too. Do you want to head back with us?
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Oh, well, you see,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I
bin
think I'll
kurz weg,
stick
komme
around
gleich
for a
wieder.
bit.
Alles klar,
I have
Rainbow.
some things to think about. Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight. I do hope you'll have a pleasant stay.
We managed to keep her distracted until nightfall. Good thing Child was there to keep the conversation going. You don't think she suspected anything, do you? Oh, I wonder if Liddy ran into any issues. Let's hurry back and see how everything went.
More speed.
Bin wieder da. Alles klar. Großartig viel nicht verpasst. Aktuell sind wir gerade auf dem Rückweg wieder. So. Dann schauen wir mal uns die ganze Geschichte zu an. Vielleicht steht aber, dass ich mal kurz was gucken möchte. Ich glaube, ich habe noch wieder ein bisschen wieder was zu lesen vor mich. Ich darf wieder wahrscheinlich die nächste Zeit wieder lesen. Ich glaube, irgendwo wird es, glaube ich, wieder auf... Entweder in diesem Auftrag wird das aufgegriffen, oder... Ah, ich lasse mich ziemlich mal überraschen.
Hey, how did everything go?
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairvy can't go into the sunlight.
Was soll das heißen?
Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface just like I told her. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished. I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
it wouldn't be your wish if that were the case. Well, we could always try pushing her into it.
Ich weiß nicht, ob Schubsen bei nicht körperlichen Wesen funktioniert. Manchmal peilt man echt nicht wirklich viel. Denkt eh nur ans Essen wieder.
Oh, true.
I've pretty much tried it all already. Nothing worked. Eventually, the sun went down, so all I could do was bring her back here. How did it go with you, Lynette?
Good. I've got the list. It's right here.
Really? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take a look! Oh, that's a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through it all.
Hab zum Laptop gewechselt, alles klar.
We can each take a section. Here.
La Pouillade, L'Endroit, Chambel, Horaire.
Okay, Horaire. Okay.
Oh, yikes. That Horaire guy has a huge scar on his face. He's kinda giving Paimon the creeps.
I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him joking with me about it. He said any future lover would take one look at him and then lose all interest.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked if there was someone he was interested in. He said no, and that's where our conversation ended. It was only later that I learned he really did have someone he liked. He risked everything to escape so he could be with her, but it didn't work. One day, Father asked to see him, and, well, I never saw him again after that.
Wait, so that means the knave, she...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules of the house. Betrayal is not to be taken lightly. We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So, if you do try to leave, you pay with your life.
Okay.
Her name's not here, huh? Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years. Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out? Fremine.
Sorry. I was thinking about something. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little... strange.
Strange?
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past, times when people haven't gotten along. Chaplot and Filiol are a good example of that.
Oh, those are two of the people that we met while delivering supplies. Paimon can see how they might not get along. They had very different vibes, and their, interests seem to be pretty different as well.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the house, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filiol and Nantoy, on the other hand, well, they aren't quite as enthusiastic.
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any of this.
Well, that's true. But it just feels like things have gotten worse lately. Filiol and the others, it seemed like they were meeting in secret to talk about something. I can't say for sure, but I think they've met Clairvy.
You think she's been inciting them to act out?
No, not exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to them about the darkness in the house and how deep it runs. She's told me about it before. Experiments being run on children. People being used as pawns on the battlefield without so much as the strength to survive.
Oh, ich hoffe, der Stream ist aktuell recht gut bei euch. Wir sehen, dass es bei euch gut ankommt, also nicht irgendwie ruckelt und so verzögert ist. Euch auf jeden Fall so gesehen. Aber aktuell habe ich bei mir hier ein paar internettechnische Probleme. Paar kleine Probleme mit unserer Technik und Internet so gesehen.
And they just believed all that? Without any evidence?
War schon irgendwie.
Clairvy's words probably gave them the excuse they were looking for. Whether they actually believe them to be true is secondary.
This is all because of Project Stuja, isn't it?
Whoa. Hold on a second. What's this Project Stuja all about, huh? This is the second time it's come up now.
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the details either. I only know what Father has told us, which is that it's something the Rooster and Regrader have been working on together. Apparently, it has to do with the Fatui's strategic plan for the future. Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in obtaining the Gnosis, we now have the honor of playing a key role in Project Stuja.
Welcher oder welche Characters mag ich am meisten? Das wären auf jeden Fall meine... Also da würde auf jeden Fall ein Eula darunter fallen, Diluc. Also es sind schon ein paar einige bei mir.
Wait, but isn't that a good thing?
Key role is just another way of saying dangerous role. To us, the whole thing is an inconvenience. Father thinks so too, but she's in no position to refuse. Their plan isn't exactly unreasonable, and they've been funneling the house a lot of funding. It's just that we'll lose a lot of members in the process. Participating in the plan, it's an honor in name only. What they're really trying to do is subdue us. The existence of an intelligence organization outside their control makes them feel uneasy.
Die Fatui scheinen etwas Großes zu planen, aber Lainey hat die anderen zu wenig darüber zu wissen scheinen. Weder ich hier wohl nicht viel mehr in Erfahrung bringen können. Alles klar. Ich sollte bei zukünftigen Begegnungen mit dem Fatui die Augen offen halten. Mal schauen, ob sich was herausfinden lässt.
Okay, super complicated top secret Fatui business aside, what does all of this have to do with the conflicts you were talking about earlier? Paimon doesn't get the connection.
External pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife. You can't overlook the power of fear either. People are afraid of dying, and that fear is often the impetus for a lot of stupid decisions. I thought resolving the Clairvy situation would make everything go back to normal, but it looks like things are more complicated than I thought. If we leave Filiol and the others to their own devices, sooner or later, Father will be forced to take action.
We can only focus on one situation at a time, brother.
You're right. Even if we confront Filiol and the others, it won't do any good. It might even make matters worse. We should focus on Clairvy for now. Well, it's getting late. We should head back and get some rest. We'll try again first thing tomorrow. Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filiol and the others. Make sure they don't do anything they'll regret. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Ja, aber wirklich die meisten, die ich mag. Also wie schon gesagt, Eula gehört dazu bei mir. Chlorin, Alicino zum Beispiel. Die meisten von den Fatui. Gefallen mir auf jeden Fall top. Eine Deja, eine Rosaria, Ganyu, Ai, so gesehen. Ja, da sind bei mir einige Figuren. Deswegen also, die Fan-Favorites sind eigentlich immer... Warte. Wo kann man sagen? Warte. Nicht nach Stufe, sondern, na ganz ehrlich, man sieht ja schon, Eula bei mir auf 10, also absoluter Fan-Favorite von mir. Deswegen, wenn ich am liebsten noch irgendwann mir noch dazu holen werde, ist so gesehen der Wanderer. Auf jeden Fall auch einer meiner Fan-Favorites. Story von ihm extrem gut. Allgemein so seine Hintergrundgeschichte. Top. Kann ich meckern. Ja. Wie schon gesagt. Also die meisten der 5-Sterne-Charakter oder vielleicht ein paar 4-Stars. Manche habe ich glücklicherweise mal da zwischendurch mitgepult. Meistens pulle ich immer nur auf die Charakter, die ich auch gut finde von Character Design oder von allgemein von Charakter. Ja. Deswegen. Also die Figuren, die ich denn so immer habe, die meiste Zeit auch spiele. Also wie schon gesagt, Eula, Wanderer, Chlorin, Alicino zum Beispiel, Yai, Ganyu auch. Ja, Keqing, er ist eine gute Einheit, aber ich spiele sehr weniger und mag sie mittelmäßig. Ja, Diluc sieht man auch, Freundschaftslevel 8, also auch meiner Charakter. Deswegen. Also es sammelt sich bei mir einige so gesehen zusammen, die ich so gesehen mag an Charakteren.
Oh, I'm always looking forward to an early night, but she can't sleep at all.
Auf jeden Fall freue ich mich auch schon auf ein paar neue, die dann auch irgendwann wieder kommen. Also ein Charakter, den wir jetzt namentlich schon kennen. Skirt. Ich freue mich schon auf den Charakter, wenn sie released wird als spielbare Figur. Freue ich mich schon drauf und ich werde auf sie pullen. Das sage ich schon mal gleich. Ja. Hallo, erste Sache. Die ist die Meisterin von Child, vom Grafen. So gesehen. Und Child ist ja so gesehen auch so im Grunde genommen kein verkehrter. Also wie schon gesagt, die Fatui sind eigentlich ein paar gute Leute eigentlich, also so, weiß ich, ob sie gut oder böse sind, also sie sind so zwischendrin. Deswegen. Ja.
Hey, you don't think the knave will be too angry with Linny and everyone if she finds out about all this, do you? She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... Ooh, you have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler?
Sie macht mir auch Angst.
Oh, well, in that case, we should just plan on running away. We'll grab Linny and the others and we can make a break for it as fast as we can. Look! Look over there!
Was macht sie denn da?
Quick! Let's catch up with her before anyone sees!
So. Abzuhauen. Cool. Oh.
Over there!
Mal gucken, wo das Geistermehl jetzt... Gut. Toll. Ich mag Geister irgendwo nicht. Also, so gesehen, das Einzige, was mich an Geistern nervt, ist einfach, dass sie teleportieren. Das heißt doch irgendwas. Geister bedeutet irgendwas Komisches und das... Oh Mann. Ach, wenn es Nacht ist, kann sie gemütlich hier frei herumdümpeln. Ja, jetzt hast du Hydro.
I opened the window while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is.
Fenster?
Only I could have more than this. You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting. It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right?
Please, help us get on the same page here, Clary. We need you to tell us what you know. Can you do that?
Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. Including me. As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value, and you're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough.
You're saying the knave did all that? It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even she has lines she wouldn't cross.
I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother.
Mother?
But she doesn't deserve that title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand.
Harry. There's that name again. Also, Paimon's getting a strange feeling. It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else.
Sie ist ein Geist. Da wäre es alles möglich.
Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. We should keep her company for a little longer. She looks so young. But it seems like she's been through a lot.
It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty? Hey, wanna hear a secret? I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Snezhnaya, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight.
Das würde ich gerne sehen.
Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot. I should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me, and I'm too scared to face her. What should I do?
Paimon really doesn't understand what's going on with her. Well, let's head back. We've got an early morning tomorrow.
Alles klar.
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Ich hätte dann noch eine Frage.
Oh? What is it?
Haben die Bedienstete und ihre Tore jemals zusammengearbeitet?
What makes you ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairview last night, and that's what she told us. We met the doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous, and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him. We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partnership. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the Doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth. Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one. It had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be what Clairview was talking about?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairvy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Alright, that's good to hear at least. Clairvy seems to think the knave and the doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even face you guys. It's just that it doesn't seem like Clairvy is lying either. The easiest thing to do would be just ask the knave directly, but Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Konzentrieren wir uns fürs Erste auf den Plan.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near the shore. We'll be counting on you to distract her. Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard, everyone. All right, let's get to it.
Dann gehen wir mal frisch ans Werk. So. Kurz ab hochgepottet. Immer 10-mal schneller als hier hoch zu klettern. So. Bin auf jeden Fall hype, was wir noch über die liebe Alicino noch rausfinden werden können.
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
A little.
Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such troubles. So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any questions? Although I must profess to being curious. Without Child here, how do you plan on distracting me?
Us? Distract you? A good one. But no, we were just here for a chat.
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me somewhere? Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
The ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Du weißt also alles.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient. Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia. Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friends' sakes.
What should we do? She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a stretch to say she was threatening us just now.
Wir sollten den Vogel von Lainey freilassen.
Oh, good idea. Hopefully he sees it in time. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the knave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good.
Uns bleibt wirklich keine andere Wahl.
Okay, then we probably shouldn't keep her waiting.
So.
It seems like Lynn and the others are on thin ice, so let's do our best to not get them in any more trouble.
Okay, wir müssen...
Seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some pleasant conversation while we wait. I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing anything to them, are you?
I assume you're referring to Lenny, Lynette, and Fremine. Although, there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate. There are no exceptions.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one. In my organization, everyone is responsible for their own actions.
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel something for them.
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more stringent than most. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them.
Gibt es denn wirklich keine andere Möglichkeit, die Sache aus der Welt zu schaffen?
I would imagine Linny, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their lives. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Linny and the others manage to dispose of Claire V in the meantime, all evidence of their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't prove.
Bye-bye,
If their
Rainbow.
efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe.
Das ist also abgemacht.
Of course. Oh, and here. I believe this belongs to you. Do try and keep better track of it next time. It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose it. Permanently.
Wait, where did you get that?
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have to chat. Now, for the matter at hand. I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Linny what you've learned. Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time.
So. Dann folge der Bediensteten. Ich schließe die Verhandlungen ab. Ja. Newlet.
It's been a while, Monsieur Neuvillette. I must say, I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit.
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved before I go. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please review it at your leisure, Monsieur Neuvillette.
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Neuvillette, so allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in and out. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed behind. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in need of irrigation. Or perhaps the glass of a certain water-tasting enthusiast.
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Irgendwie schon.
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed. Allow me to remind you, however, few among us are willing to sip from a glass filled with tainted water.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's strained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
I seem to recall there being a transactional aspect to your proposal. Perhaps you could expound on that?
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine. And, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to cross my desk?
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing. Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Neuvillette, I'm sure certain measures could be taken to reduce the frequency of such troubles.
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I am inclined to accept your proposal.
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Neuvillette. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy. I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Indeed. I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon. Time to go.
Dann machen wir noch den Auftrag von Alici nochmal jetzt heute noch fertig.
So, what exactly were you talking about back there? Paimon only heard you mention some rivers, a large body of water, and then some kind of irrigation scheme.
You really want to know? I would imagine there might be more pressing concerns at the moment.
Winnie, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay. Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your thinking cap on, don't you, Traveler?
Oh. Ich habe kurz was hier. Wir können sie... Ja. Wie können wir sie nur aufhalten? Nein, es gibt zunächst noch etwas anderes, was wir herausfinden sollten. Während unseres Gespräches vor dem dieser Momeorio erwähnte sie Clary. Heißt das etwa, dass sie die ganze Zeit wusste, wo Clary war? Vielleicht hat sie sogar vorausgeahnt, was Lenny und die anderen tun würde.
Oh, shoot. Are you alright? Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on selling these papers, I wasn't looking where I was going.
Ich habe nicht aufgepasst.
Well, let me make it up to you at least. Here, take this paper. On the house.
Irgendwie kommt er mir bekannt vor.
Oh, you don't have to give us anything.
Please, I want to. It's not like I'm short on supply. All the extras will be useless come tomorrow anyway. It's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home some extra mora for the family, but I bit off more than I can chew. I haven't had many takers today, so I'm still swimming in papers.
What's going on here?
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually, so...
Hold on.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with mora, it's just... I don't have any on me at the moment.
I'll take 3 papers. Here. Your payment.
Oh! Thank you for your patronage. May the Archons bless you with good fortune. If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should probably just take on a smaller inventory though, right? I'm getting married soon, so sometimes it's hard to not get ahead of myself. Anyway, I should head out. Goodbye!
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Actually, why don't we stick around for a little longer? Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson on an empty stomach.
Sieht aus, als wollte Paimon uns noch etwas Zeit verschaffen. Wenn wir jetzt zurückkehren, werden Lenny und die anderen kaum vorangekommen sein. Was sollten wir tun?
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fantasy, but your efforts are meaningless. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Lenny some extra time. I just have one condition. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions. You're quite curious about Clairvy, are you not? And my relationship to her.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something bad, are you?
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
Then what can you possibly...
The most important consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get you so far.
Deine Bedingung, lass sie hören.
Wonderful. Here it is. When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay, sounds normal enough. But what do you mean, when the time comes? When is that supposed to be?
That is for you to decide.
Wir akzeptieren deine Bedingung.
Then we have a deal. Follow me.
Folge der Bediensteten zu den namenlosen Ruinen. Okay. Ziemlich seltsam hört sich das an.
More speed.
Wenn ich das mal so sagen darf. Ach, mach da hier drinnen von mir aus weiter dein... Okay, darfst doch kein Nickerchen da drinnen machen. Du hast eine Truhe, die will ich haben.
Shudder. Eye for an eye.
So, und tschüss. Ja, dong dong dang yang dong.
Ready.
If these
No.
items are unclaimed, we may take them without controversy.
Haben wir mal eine neue Sache bekommen. Zum Bauen. Ich weiß doch schon mal gleich, dass wir... Das ist doch gleich... namenlosen Ruinen.
More speed.
Also bis hierhin bin ich noch nicht einmal gelaufen. Ah, da haben wir doch die Bibliothek gefunden. Okay.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble. No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell you. It was before I became a Harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairvy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairvy?
Warum?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning. Clairvy was 6 years old when she was brought by her mother, Crucibina, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly children. Crucibina was the knave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house. Clairvy was happy here, for a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Tevat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Crucibina came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose. They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Crucibina's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Crucibina probably would have listened, right?
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Crucibina cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Crucibina had created. Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruere.
Ranonkel. Piri.
Wait, the friend that Clairvy mentioned?
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a tenacious spirit. Peruere, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded. Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Crucibina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. While Clairvy longed for freedom, Peruere was convinced that, amid all the fighting and violence, she would make it until the end. Despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruere that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed. There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will.
Wie schon gesagt, ich habe gesagt, ich mache nur noch Alicino fertig, dann hau ich mich auch in der Kiepe. Ich habe nicht geahnt, dass das wieder so lange dauert, deswegen. Ja. Deswegen. Wir nähern uns eh gerade, dass die Quest endlich fertig ist. Also ist eh gleich Feierabend. Knapp noch eine halbe Stunde.
Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night. She and Peruere would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes. But one day that light simply vanished.
Oh no. What happened?
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things. 10 years had passed. 10 years worth of failure after failure. She and Peruere weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever. It was during this time that Peruere suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother herself.
Bin bei Mao. Was ist Mao, meinst du? Ich weiß nicht, was du wirklich meinst.
Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous harbinger, Crucibina possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low chance of success. Clairvy never gave another reason, but Peruere could see it written all over her face. Clairvy still thought of Crucibina as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to cross. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained.
Ich weiß, welche Quest du meinst. Ach, die! Mit diesem mit dem dritten Gebiet von Leeway da. Die ganzen Hügel, das meinst du. Blibla, blau. Die meinst du. Ah.
Precisely.
Der Tod.
Death was the only way that she felt she could be free. It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Peruere. The very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle. But ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Peruere end her life. From that moment on, Peruere's journey was one written in flames. When the rain finally came and washed it all away, there she stood, the sole victor in Mother's endless game of slaughter. A trail of corpses strewn across her path to success. It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it until the end. She wasn't surprised by the fact that she emerged as Mother's undisputed heir. Rather, her success left her with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. She was unsettled. And there was only one thing that could quell that sensation. Perhaps you two would like to take a guess as to what it was.
Also die Quest habe ich ja schon, weiß ich nicht wie lange schon beendet. Ja, das war eigentlich recht leicht. Der Schlange den Kopf abgeschlagen.
Crucibina, you mean? But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruware killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared. The moment she acted, any conception of what was right or wrong ceased to matter. It's one of the principles of the house. Only those who survive get to write the rules. Peruware won the battle, and became a harbinger herself. After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about... It was you all along. You're Peruware. Arlecchino is just a name you got later.
Es war also eben die Geschichte, wie es auch die von Clevi war.
I left that name behind long ago. I must say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself, and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father. And that is where the story ends. Any more questions?
Die Clevi, die wir getroffen haben, also wer genau ist sie?
Yeah. Based on what you just told us, Clairvy wasn't a little kid when she was killed. So the Clairvy we met... Was she really a spirit at all?
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clairvy is a very special case. Clairvy died when she was 16 years old. But what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self. Lose 10 years' worth, however, and it would be like living in the past. Like returning to a version of yourself that never grew up.
No wonder Paimon got such a weird feeling when we were talking to her.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clairvy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clairvy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity. Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clairvy to sunlight. They failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clairvy's mind, the house is impossible to escape. And it is this very perception that traps her there. But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved. I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
Wait! Paimon can understand why you might want her gone, but isn't there another way? So what if she's trapped in her 6-year-old self? She's still your friend! At least talk to her first!
It's too late for that. She broke the rules, and now she must be punished. That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
Is this really what you want to do?
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs: anger and sorrow. Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver. Well, it appears it's about time to proceed. Before we arrived, I told some of my well-behaved children to bring our troublemakers here by nightfall. I do believe I've kept my end of the deal. I give your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
Here they are, Father.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like that would actually be a first for me. Lenny!
Clevy.
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time. But I still failed. I couldn't find a way to fulfill her wish.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed, it's been a while, Clairvy.
Perry!
Stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
Father, let me explain.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house. And for that, you must be punished. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
By traitors? Do you mean us?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean to...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
Yes, Father. Secret Midnight Meeting number 3. Participants: Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, "If only Father wasn't the one who took us in." Sato added, "I'm sick of this life. I just want to live as a normal person." Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us!
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little... You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filiol. We don't want you to die. You're our family.
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all live in the House of the Hearth. You know the type of work we do, Filiol. A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to Poisson, you've had 7 secret meetings. A lot of the things you talked about really crossed the line.
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I'm sorry. I owe you both my life. I owe Clairvy too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here today. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But rules are rules. I'm sorry. My hands are tied.
Why? Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake, and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. And now we have to face the consequences. I'm sorry, Chaplot. Foltz. I'm sorry, Father. We accept our punishment.
Chaplot, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
All those who betray the house pay with their lives.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Linny?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did, does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like. I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been. So please, Father, please reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please.
Linny, you...
I also agree with Linny.
An order once given cannot be rescinded. However, given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way. Draw your weapons and face me.
Our weapons?
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must be punished. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and I shall offer a concession.
Wait. Beat Father in a duel?
Impossible. Father is way too strong, even for Linny.
Did you hear that, Traveler? Letting the others have to duel the knave. What should we do? Can they really win something like that? If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed. Hey, are you listening?
Wie sie wirklich exekutieren?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver.
Damals hat sie nicht wirklich auf meine Frage geantwortet. Doch damit ist die Antwort ziemlich offensichtlich, oder?
Oh. Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this. Guess that means there's no chance she's throwing the duel on purpose, huh?
Niemals würde die Bedienstete mit Absicht verlieren. Es sei denn...
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
Ich würde gerne mit eigenen Augen sehen, was die 4. der 11 der Fatui so drauf hat.
You're asking to join the duel against the knave?
Wäre das in Ordnung?
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Beg for mercy.
Is it my turn now?
Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin.
Watch out for Father's movements!
Is it my turn now?
Ach, nix hier, dein Tor.
Now that's more like it.
Shudder.
Ey.
With these rising flames.
Are you alright?
Is it my turn now?
Ja.
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Well met.
Try to pace yourself.
Einmal Heilung rein.
Wind, hear me.
Is it my turn now?
Loaded.
Now's our chance.
A fly tangled in a web.
So.
With these rising flames.
Father's even stronger than I expected.
Is it my turn now?
Hunt them down.
Is it my turn now?
If I really have to draw my blade.
Not then. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after
So.
Watch out for Father's movements!
Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
Was ist denn jetzt Phase? Oh Gott. Was? What? Oh Gott.
This has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Yeah! More speed.
Oh Gott.
Watch out for Father's movements! Look out!
Laserbeams, ja moin.
Crush.
Ja, Twinses.
Now's our chance!
Let's see how strong this arm is.
I'll be back.
What? Oh my god, you like one-hitted?
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains.
Watch out for Father's movements! Look out!
What a disgrace.
Verdammt.
Who's next?
Now's our chance!
Over here. What a sorry.
Fuck. Jetzt wird's langsam irgendwo kritisch.
You should know better than to crowd in one place.
Oh, I know.
No! I'm sorry, Father! Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack?
Na, ganz klasse.
Father, no!
Made it out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
Crimson Moon. I can't move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me. I believe we can end things here. It's not often that we get to enjoy the company of guests, after all. We wouldn't want things to get too out of hand.
Brother, are you all right?
Lenny. Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
No!
I never thought things would end like this.
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution. Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them super safe. I didn't lose a single one.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away. If you can withstand the pain. When you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization. In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house, and give you a new identity.
Das bedeutet also, der junge Mann, der mir so bekannt vorkam, dieser Zeitungsverkäufer vor den Palais Meorio, da muss Hero gewesen sein, den wir auf der Liste der Exekution gesehen haben. Er wurde also gar nicht umgebracht.
Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self.
Nein, wenn ich die Bedienstete richtig verstanden habe, ist es in ihren Augen tatsächlich so, als so wie jemand zu töten. Der Roh, der in Kamin gelebt hat, ist tot. Derjenige, der übrig geblieben ist einfach jemand, der sein Leben mit seiner Liebsten verbringt. Trotzdem ist das immer noch besser, als ihr Leben tatsächlich zu beenden.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die, and our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to just let you go, because the person who survives will be nothing but a stranger.
Even so, I won't have to live in fear anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down. But I really...
Don't cry, Filial. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't let yourself be controlled by your emotions.
Of course. I'll remember.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Foltz, Elwar. Take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours. Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father. Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures ahead of you.
Father.
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Linny. I'll help you walk back.
Thank you.
Clairvy.
talk now? I've been waiting for a super long time. You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairvy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. Look, she's that speechless.
Wenn das tatsächlich Clairvys jüngeres Ich ist.
Oh. Okay then.
Huh? That's it? You accepted it just like that?
Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me. Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she? Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. You could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya to see it together. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You gave them hope. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Crucibina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told me, "For the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die."
I never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down. But somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth, and as the children's father, I've tried to give them the most basic of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted for their past. Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough. That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king, and a really great father, too. I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they would be willing to tell you what the outside world is like.
Really?
Of course!
We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight.
Fangen wir an mit den vom freien Reich des Windes zu
You
erzählen.
know, I used to dream of being a bard. Playing the lute while singing into the winds of freedom. Even if there was no one there to listen, I would have continued to sing no matter what.
Vom Reich des Gescheins, dem Land der Verträge erzählen.
Ah, that's where Mora comes from. I never knew that before. If I had some Mora, I would buy 3 new dresses. One for me, one for Perry, and one for Mother. It's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess I'd just have to keep them all for me then. I could wear a different one every day.
Von ewig währenden Reich des Blitzes erzählen.
Those yokai you mentioned, what do they look like? I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Are there any yokai like that?
Oh, sounds like you're talking about an Oni. Yep, we've met one, and let Paimon tell you, they're not nearly as scary as they look.
Vom Reich der Pflanzen und der Weisheit erzählen.
I was always too afraid to skip Mother's fighting lessons. But at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that have nothing to do with studying. I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever you want without having to fear for your life actually sounds pretty great.
The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused of committing a crime, and they were going to have to stand trial at the Opera Epicles.
Oh no! That must have been hard for all of you. What happened next?
Don't worry, we were able to turn the situation around super quickly. All thanks to Detective Paimon, of course.
How'd you do that? Come on, tell me.
Okay, so it was like this. After the failed magic show, we rushed to the scene and...
Aufmerksam lauscht Clovie Paimons Geschichte über unsere Zeit im Fontaine zu. Sie scheint wirklich glücklich zu sein, fast so, als ob all die Sorgen vergessen werden. Vielleicht ist dies das erste Mal, dass sie wirklich entspannen kann. Aber wie lange dieser Moment wohl anhalten wird, keine Ahnung.
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time.
Mit der Zeit wird sie wahrscheinlich alles wieder vergessen haben, was wir ihr erzählt haben. Und wieder das ängstliche kleine Mädchen sein, das sich nur in den Schatten verstecken kann. Huch, ich war so in Gedanken vertieft, dass ich es fast nicht bemerkt hatte. Die Sonne ist fast aufgegangen.
Clairvy, you've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Paraware. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid. I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to the coming of a new day.
Father?
It's Linny! Hey, Linny! What is he doing back here? Let's go check it out.
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filial and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you decided?
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. It's the only home we've ever known. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe d'été. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas. I must admit, I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility, one not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them, even if it costs you your life.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Linny. It's all thanks to you that we were able to convince Father to back down.
You're a hero, Linny.
Hero? Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning, from the very moment she suggested a duel. I'm not deserving of that title. I'm not strong enough, or smart enough.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on it. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your convictions is what I truly see in you.
Father.
No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face whatever comes. Caution will only hold you back. If reaching a certain standard were required to go after what you want, I would never have succeeded in killing my predecessor. Back then, there was still a considerable gap between our abilities. Strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be worthy of the throne.
I understand, Father. Thank you.
Children must grow up to surpass their parents. Only then can a family continue to flourish. The road ahead is not an easy one, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to stay?
You've done so much for me, Father, and that kindness must be repaid. Plus, with Project Stuja at hand, there are many dangers ahead, and I, for one, don't intend to back down. Protecting my family at all costs. That's my conviction.
Then you're welcome to stay. As for Project Stuja, you need not be too concerned. If those cowardly businessmen and heartless dignitaries try to take us down, I'm prepared to teach them a lesson. Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us. At present, our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage. In doing so, a crimson moon shall rise amid the frigid blizzards of winter. No demonstration of loyalty shall go unrewarded, and no sacrifice shall be in vain. As for the two of you, whether we meet again as friend or foe, I'll remember the camaraderie we shared in this moment. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Warte 2 Tage. Okay. Ich werde das halt noch für Einfälle mal, so sehen jetzt den letzten Teil dieser Quest beenden. Manchmal stelle ich mir auch so die Frage, wenn die da stehen und die Zeit vergehen lässt, was die Charakter in der Zwischenzeit machen.
Didn't Linny say that Lynette and Fremine were recovering at the Hotel Bouffe d'été? Oh, Paimon wonders how they're doing.
Paimon wollte gerade noch was sagen. Tut mir leid, Paimon, ich habe leider dich vielleicht ein bisschen unterbrochen. Naja. So.
More speed.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better.
Whew, what a relief!
What about you? Are you feeling alright?
Kein Grund zur Sorge.
I knew you'd come out unscathed. Us, on the other hand, well, we've been bedridden for 2 days. I couldn't even turn over. Oh, and I wanted to ask, is Clairvy gone? Linny and the other members have left Poisson and returned to the House of the Hearth. According to him, there haven't been any more sightings of a spirit roaming the house.
Wir haben uns beim strahlenden Sonnenschein von ihr verabschiedet.
I see.
I'm glad. Father came to check up on us 2 days ago and told us about what happened with Crusabina and Clairvy. Actually, I've met Crusabina before.
Wait, what? You've met the former knave?
Crusabina died a year after Clairvy. It was during the year between their deaths that I joined the House of the Hearth. Sabina had an extremely cruel and radical way of doing things. While she was alive, the atmosphere in the house was suffocating. When I joined, though, the experiment she valued so much had already come to an end, and all the people involved, dead and injured alike, were gone. Sabina never talked about the past with us newcomers. A couple of months after I joined, Father killed Sabina and burned all her files. With that, the names of all the people subjected to her experiments, Clairvy included, were lost to the flames, along with the painful memories they represented.
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but she never mentioned anything about Sabina or Clairvy.
It really seems like something she was planning to keep to herself. The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept it a secret for so long?
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now. And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Sabina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much credit. If Father hadn't taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably would have already...
Am Ende hat sie dich gerettet.
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But even if we didn't owe her anything, we would still choose to stay. Because this is our home. We may have arguments or times when we feel wronged. Some people may even choose to leave. But as long as Father is here, we will always have a home.
Whether the path before us is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in shadow, we'll follow Father wherever she chooses to go. So I wanted to say thank you for helping us make it through this crisis. Without your help, we could have lost a lot more along the way.
Oh, we didn't do anything, really.
Lad uns einfach nächstes Mal wieder ein und wir sind quitt.
Of course. You're welcome anytime.
Are Filio and Nantori okay?
I actually saw them at a cafe this morning. They didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy. If I had to take a guess, I would say they finally found the kind of life they always wished for.
Wenn das Ofen des Feuers erlischt. Ja. Meine lieben Freunde, will ich mich auch an dieser Stelle so gesehen auch von euch verabschieden. Für diesen schönen, extrem guten, schönen Livestream. Ja. Nächste Zeit wird erstmal kein Stream mehr kommen, so gesehen. Nächste Woche habe ich Nachtschicht, also so gesehen kommende Woche, die jetzt kommt, habe ich wieder Nachtschicht, das heißt danach. Und dann ist auch noch an dem, wenn ich am Montag wieder da bin, habe ich eine OP so gesehen. Wir haben ja alle 4 Weisheitszähne rausgeknallt, also ja. Da liege ich dann erstmal die restliche Woche dann noch flach, also ja. Die meisten Videos, die jetzt die nächste Zeit hochgeladen werden, sind schon alle vorausproduziert. Wenn ihr irgendwas habt, so gesehen, Vorschläge, irgendwas für die zukünftigen Streams, oder wenn ihr mal mitmachen wollt. Aktuell ist ja, das, was ich aktuell hier meiste Zeit mache, ist eigentlich nur so gesehen Story. Wie schon gesagt, es kann gerne hier auch so Richtung Community-Zocken ausgehen. Da bin ich gerne sehr offen. Deswegen. Ich wollte einfach jetzt heute nur noch... Das Wichtigste war für mich einfach nur, dass wir jetzt die Quest noch von Alicino beendet haben. Fontaine so gesehen beendet haben. Mit der ganzen Geschichte. Ja. Alles in alles bin ich ziemlich froh. So, nach dem Bankett. Erreiche den Mond des Verderbens als Zeuge. Ja, okay. Ah, bestimmt sind Alicino sein ihre Angriff. Warte. Ah, hier ist eine Herausforderung von mir. Löse 4-mal Scharlachrote Nachtblut in einer einzigen Herausforderung gegen Alicino aus. Oh. Lerne die aufgestiegene Summe in einer Minator. Ein Goblin dafür. Also wir haben hier gefühlt fast alles geschafft, was wir wollten. Total Herausforderung 9. 8. Oh. Ja, vielleicht setzen wir uns für kommenden Streams mal die Challenges hier als Herausforderung. Also das wird am schwierigsten sein. 5 oh Mann. Oh, deswegen. Ich weiß, meine Charakter sind einigermaßen bald es geht fertig. Selbst bei Jula fehlt noch so ein kleines Stückchen, also ja. Deswegen. Also die 3 Frauen werden auf jeden Fall triple gecroned, also 9 Kronen gehen da auf jeden Fall draus. Ich habe eigentlich ziemlich viele davon, ich kröne nicht jeden Charakter. Deswegen. Nur die einzigen, die ich krone, sind so diese Charakter, die ich wirklich auch mir sage, die werde ich in Zukunft auch weiterhin noch benutzen. Und da sind eine Chlorin und so gesehen der Rest von Schützenfest auch. Gehört auf jeden Fall noch mit dazu. Deswegen. Ja.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show.
Das ist dann erstmal von mir gewesen. Euer Red Vestor verabschiedet sich. Wir haben dieses Mal so 7 Stunden geschafft. Ich bin einfach noch ein bisschen fertig von Feuertag. So gesehen von den Ärzten aufnehmen noch. Also, wir sehen uns das nächste Mal beim nächsten Genshin Stream. Wenn wir die nächste Story Quest oder vielleicht den nächsten Mal mit der Community zocken. Ich verabschiede mich und ciao. Und nochmal danke für euren Support in diesem Stream. Ciao, Leute.